Nope, I believe we are live and going. All right, those of you that have been in the stream, you've seen Rush and Kenny play for about the last 5 hours. This is our first look at Shane Albaugh. Not how he wanted to start his day off, but also not beyond the realm of possibilities of something like that happening from there. So I'm reaching out and see if I can find out what they're doing, but Kenny plays that safety. Shane jumps at it, loses the cue ball a little bit. Gives Kenny a chance to run out. Nice little tap of the 8 ball there and just moves right around. Like he never missed a step. All right, so whatever they're doing, Kenny is up 1-0. I know Kenny was messing around with the break a little bit after him and Shane got, or after him and Adam got done. So he was able to find the 1 ball on the side there. But not a lot going on the 2 ball and just moves to a safety. It's about the same look Shane had last time at the table. Jump shot was the shot last time, but he'll be kicking this time. He puts a nice full hit on that. And leaks behind the 6 for a little bit of cover. Nice shot. All right, so these guys are playing a race to 25, but I think they're playing a push out after the break rule. A nice shot there is going to Oh, there's that pocket that doesn't like to accept balls. Doesn't like the cue ball either. Guys, bear with me. I'm just putting together a couple things on my end to help with the score. I'm going to stay on until about 6 o'clock. Duck out for dinner. I might come back to it. But we've got Shane Albaugh and Russian Kenny. They're racing to 25. And I believe they're playing push out after the break. All right, little dead air on my part. Just wanted to try to get the stream out there a little bit. We had a great viewing for Adam and Shane, and I'm sorry for Adam and Russian Kenny, and this just kind of popped up. I think we all thought the action was dying down, and Should have known with Kenny there, there'd be more to find. So Shane and Kenny are racing to 25. And they're playing push out after the break. So there's a nice little shot from Shane. These guys match up Fargo wise. They're within about 10 points of each other. Shane sits around 723, and somebody posted Kenny's Fargo earlier. I can't remember if it was I think it was 714. So I mean, you know, they're if those are both correct, they're 9 points apart. So you know, if you believe the Fargo pundits, this game's a coin flip. Now Shane lives just a little ways out from the league room, but he would call this his home room for sure. He's a sponsored player from Chris. He's another one of those damn 700 guys that manage to play at a 700 speed and have a job. He's that, you know, they're all on different levels, but he's that Jeremy Seaman, that Shane Winters, you know, all these guys that play frickin' great. And Shane both run businesses, and Jeremy works a truck ton of hours, and they still all play at a really high level. Congrats to them. Yeah, I wondered if Shane was going to try to squeeze that in the side and kind of take his medicine on a hard shot for the 7. He opts to play it cross-side and tried to come back around table. Fell a couple feet short, but made a hell of a shot to try to get there. And he tries to bank it in there. He's going to come a little long on that. Didn't expect that miss. Yeah, nice and smooth shot. I like, you know, good use of inside there. Comes off of the end rail and side rail and pops back up instead of the running English that can get you in a little bit of trouble. Mm. Okay, I got to tell you, I am a little confused now because I was told um, they have some type of push rule going on. Do not know what that is, but I would have assumed that you had to push out after the break. Maybe that's if you make a ball. That could be the way they're playing it. So if the breaker makes a ball, you have to push, but on a dry break, you don't. So we'll find out as we go, and if I'm completely off base, I apologize. All right, comes out to the middle of the table to work back from the 5 to the 6, and got a real nice look at an out here. See if Shane does a little better with that bottom left pocket than on the 10 of headset. And you can see that. I mean, one Shane's a really fine player, but also, homeroom, lots of experience on the table, looks real comfortable. Nice, relaxed out there. Hey, for those of you who are watching now, I mentioned earlier, I'm gonna stick on here for about 25 more minutes, and I am the one operating the score for this one. I'm not sure if anybody's gonna take over when I jump off, but the guys are using the coins, so Shane's going to our right, and Kenny's going to our left. But the score's right now. Shane's up 3-1. Dry break. Kenny stepped away a little bit, so he should be back in just a second. All right, so Shane just looking to play side rail, side rail. May have been trying to use a little more of that 7, but I don't think so. And he's trying to swing all the way down to that side rail, and that pesky 9 ball got in the way. So, Shane can go after this if he wants to, but looking at the way he's queuing, he's absolutely not. Open things up for Kenny, though. Just an example of a nice clean hit. I mean, that 6 ball made the pocket big, and a lot of times you'll see people get into it just a little bit sloppy, and Kenny hits it super clean. Good tight hold on his cue ball for everything, so the only advantage to possibly wedging it out of there was you wouldn't have to play this combination here. Well, he's not going to. He's going over to the side. Well, that wasn't his intention anyway. Probably play a carom here, but that's not going to come with shape. Well, unlucky to be in the pocket like that, but unless he can go first and play it in. No, just back. I was surprised that he went for the carom. Just with the 8 there, just how big it gets for playing the 4 next. And Shane just take what the table gives him, put a make on the 4 ball, and drift down below the 5, and ran just a little long, but he's able to hopefully cut that ball up. Nice clean hit. Like I mentioned last track, Shane looks nice and comfortable. And I mentioned when Kenny and Adam transitioned from the big table to the bar table. I think that's a pretty easy transition within the same day, and again, the level these guys play at, it's not near as much of a big deal as it is for somebody like me. But going from the big table to the bar table, fine. You go from shooting 3-pointers to layups, so that's okay. But then you run an hour or two on the bar table where you're extra loose, Does that hurt you a little bit coming over to the big table and then, on top of that against a different opponent? So I think, a little bit of grace period for Kenny to get, I'll call it reacclimated. It looks fine. Just one or two mistakes that you didn't see earlier. All right, so Shane lands tight on the one off the break and just thins it, plays down table, creates some distance. I had mentioned kind of in the beginning that I thought there was some type of push rule in effect. I haven't really seen anything that leads me to that, so we'll have to see if it comes into play any later. But right now, it looks pretty straightforward to me. Um, Kenny's on path for that bank if that's where he's going, and then has a possibility of getting cover with that eight ball, but he just shorted it. Gave Shane a real nice look at the table. Now I thought from there, Shane would have tried to go above the three ball, so he could transition down below the three, from the two to the three, but they always have the better angle and they play better, so. Got some work to do now, though. The five ball prevents you from doing what you'd want to do. I don't think the three plays by the eight, so I think he's just going to come out. Okay, sure. There's more than one pocket. And from there, that's what you had to do, but. And he's going to get stuck on this five. I think he might have had to go around the eight a little bit, so you use it inside for that. It's just counterproductive for where you're trying to get onto your next ball, but you don't have a lot of choice there. Find his way home. Not only did it not find its way home, it didn't find its way up table enough to carry cover from that four ball. So Shane makes quick work of that three, lands on the force where he can just roll forward. We'll see here if he wants to stay above the six, which I think he would. Yep, nice transition from the six to the eight. pretty good hold for the 9. All right, so that takes us to 5-1. Right now it's all Shane, but Kenny's perfectly capable of working his way right back into this.
You don't want to break from the box. You're welcome.
So yeah, as far as a couple people in the chat room, I just kind of logged back into it. Virgo says this is about dead even. There's about 9 points difference between the two of them. As far as how much in the middle, I don't know what they're playing for, and most of the time, I know we're all nosy and we want to know, but I know when I'm playing, I don't really put that stuff out there either, and enough for Shane to get off the couch and come in on a Sunday, and it was enough for Kenny to drive from Pittsburgh, Philly, whatever area he's in. I always forget. But I think once Kenny gets back into big table mode, I think we'll see a pretty good set. I think I lean towards Shane in this game a little bit as well. A lot of that having to do with Shane's homeroom, and boy, that sure looked good from here. I couldn't tell if he could get to that or not. And I mean, obviously the way he was swinging at it, he thought he could. Got a little behind it and sent it out, but still, nice shot. That's a good ball from Kenny there. I mean, you're not really getting anything out of it. You just kind of survive in advance, but that little stun forward to give himself the opportunity to play the safety that he's going to try to play on the 2. Just didn't find cover. Yeah, from Philly. Thank you. Somebody said his nickname should be Hoodie. I've never seen him not playing one. I said, I don't think I have either. And there's me. I can't play in sleeves. It just absolutely drives me nuts. So Shane hits the 4 a little too good. Nice ball from Kenny there. Just going to drift up table for the 6. And Adam, sorry, and Rush and Kenny and Adam played a couple earlier. Got both of those. They went from big table to bar table, and now Kenny's back on the big table.
You can't beat that with 2 games of this push out shit and race to 25. I said, yes, I can. Now I'm 3-0.
Kenny looking a little bit settled in there, gets out for 5-2. I was at a tournament with Mackie last night. I actually now listen to everything I'm going to say. I saw him with shoes on, and he walked up to the table that he was going to play on and neatly set them right beside his chair and played his match with his shoes off and did his normal thing. In chat room talking about how Mackie plays with socks all the time. It's true. I played Mackie at Whiskeyville. It's a bar in Amherst with 6 valleys that are tuned up nice. They play well. We played a race to 25, and this room is on concrete concrete floor, and John walks around in socks the entire time we played that set. So Shane and Rush and Kenny are playing at the league room, which is in Parkersburg, West Virginia. Those of you just coming into the stream, it's a fantastic room. They've got 5 9-footers and 17 7-footers, all diamonds, all very well cared for, very clean equipment. Chris Wilson's the owner. He's a great host. Go back and you can watch the last couple streams, and they played it on 2 different tables, streamed it just like this for both. He's got every table set up for this type of viewing experience. Great place to go match up. They host an alternating 8-ball and 9-ball monthly tournament. It's the last Saturday of every month. And they've got a chip tournament every Friday. Their chip tournament draws 50, 60 people usually every Friday. And just really good people, really friendly staff. And not only would my feet be killing me, but I'm going to be honest, I need that extra inch or so that my shoes give me. Screw that, I'm short. I need help. All right, he's going to walk that 5 in there. A little body English to make sure. All right, now I'm kind of curious to what happens from here. It's amazing how quick it can. I'm not going to say turn, but now Kenny looks a little more comfortable, a little bit dialed in. So we're 5-3. But I'm not going to get a chance to see guys because I am going to take a little break, and wife and I are going to scoot out for dinner. So I don't know that you're going to see the score change on digital pool. So Shane is going to our right and Kenny is going to our left. And you look at the coins, you can see it's 5-3 right now. Wish both these guys good luck. Really want to thank Chris for sending me the tools to get logged into your guys' system. It's fantastic. I'm just going to put my stuff on mute. 25 can take a little bit, so I might come back and chat through the tail end of it, but want to wish these guys good luck and thank everybody for hanging out in the chat room. You guys have a great night.
the fucking table unless you run it out. I pinned it.
Hey everybody, I took a quick dinner break, but come back on here for a little while. Looks like Kenny's put a little bit of heat on Shane, so Kenny must be playing back to form. Shane missed the straight back and a little bit of a sellout. Good angle for Kenny to come back around. He would have liked to have gotten a little more out of that though. Nice little recovery there from Kenny. Had a good angle to play up. Probably play the 9 on the side. Yeah, if somebody in the chat room says every time Kenny misses, he misses good. I will say, if that's been the case with Shane, it was definitely the case with Adam. I mean, and I'm not going to fault it, man. Sometimes I've been the luckiest 6 guys I know. So when the balls are rolling good for you, you take it. All part of the game. So we've got Shane Albaugh and Russian Kenny coming to you live from the league room down in Parkersburg, West Virginia. See, I did do that earlier. I know very well it's in West Virginia because I'll drive down there. Virginia gets a little too far away from me. My name's Steve Bowers. I live up in northern Ohio. Do a little bit of commentary from time to time. Reached out to Chris about getting Kenny and Adam's match, and he was kind enough to get me set up with the ability to do so, and usually no shortage of action when Kenny's in the room. So Kenny and Adam played a couple sets. Did a 10 ahead set that Kenny won after about 3.5 hours, and then they moved to the bar table. They played a race to 11, and Kenny got that one 11-9. And pretty much right after the last 10 ball fell, Kenny came back over to, they're on table 17 now, I believe anyway. And he's in action with Shane Albaugh, and they're racing to 25. So those of you that are in the chat room, do me a favor. Subscribe to the League Rooms page, like the page, or like this post, I should say. Ring that little bell for the subscription notifications. Anyone that's interested in setting up a match, I recommend reaching out to the League Room. You can do that through their Facebook page. They'll get back to you, and more than willing to accommodate action matches. Looked like it was gonna find its way to the drink. And Adam, I tell you what, Kenny just, I mean, it's those 2 practice strokes he took right there are, I think, the most I've seen him do. He is the most casual free player I think I have ever seen. far be it for me to speak about fundamentals, because I am about as fundamentally flawed as they come. But things like that are kind of a byproduct of it. You're gonna cough up some balls that you absolutely shouldn't. In this case, he happened to miss. Good for Team Shane. And Shane's going to come around a little strong and play the 9 on the side. All right, so that brings us to 10-8. Yeah, and I'm sure you've watched him for a long time, just like everybody else has, and he sure finds a way to make it work. All right, so looks like Shane mishit that a little bit. Look at the cut break, and with you trying to throw the 1 into the side pocket there. One a little full for that to happen. And he was looking to duck behind that 2 ball, but come a little short. Look for Shane to play our left side of this 1 ball and try to cover on the 6 and the 9. Might have caught him with a sliver of the 9. All right, I think here we'll just see Shane make the 1 ball. I don't think we'll see anything. Any attempt at trying to move that 3-4, there's not really a path to it. And just come back up table for the 2. Key here is just landing as good as you possibly can on the 3 to control the cue ball and the 3 ball after the combination. A pretty well hit ball there. Wouldn't have minded if the 3 ball would have come off the side rail a little bit more, but didn't get too aggressive with it. Just made sure he made the 4 ball. Got some work to do now, though. back and forth, out, back, for, and out again for the 5 ball. Pretty good cue ball there. Little fortunate to not make the 8 there, and I think without the 9 there, he's going to play offense, but with the 9 there, taking your target window down a little bit. He was still pretty steep on the 5, so forces Kenny to the jump cue. And if you think he shoots the shots that he's down on the table with pretty quick, I'm not sure he puts a full stroke together on the jump cue. Yeah, it works out for Kenny, though. Back to the table and opens up that lead back to 3. All right, Kenny can't quite bring that safety home. Nice clean hit from Shane there. Looks like the 4 passes to the bottom right. I just have 4 lands on that little funny angle. And he doesn't run with a full forward ball to avoid the 9. And just didn't get through it as much as he wanted to come back up for the 5. Is he looking at that 5-6 combo? I think he did pretty well not making it. And I almost can't imagine that he was playing to make it as much as he was playing for the separation that he got right here. Who knew he almost wired the kick shot? Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. I mean, as far as talking about going for that 6 ball, you just got to be a little careless having it play that close to the pocket, though, too. And just caught that 5 ball thicker than he wanted to coming out of there. I don't know if he had to maybe attempt to depress the rail a little bit to get in between the 8 ball there. I was surprised to see him hit it that hard. So that's the only thing I can think of is maybe it's just a little tighter than what we saw, and he had to try to go into the rail just a little because, from what I'm looking at, you're going to make it, and the cue ball is going to go over to the left side of the table. You got the 7 in front of the pocket, and really not a lot of trouble. Kenny's not able to capitalize there, so Shane's got another chance. Trying to track whether or not that cue ball is going to, or whether or not the 9 ball is going to wreak havoc playing the 6 on the side. Well, that's pretty sporty. I'm a little surprised he didn't shoot down into the corner. Don't get me wrong, not an easy shot, but he's off the rail far enough, and he had the angle working for him. Just bring it back. But he sure hit that good. Found the path roll just a little long for the 7 ball, but he should be okay. It's a good hit on the 7, but finds a somewhat friendly roll to the 8. I think you're going to see that 8 ball played lots of different ways and what pocket they try to get to, but it's all dealer's choice there. You very much saw where Shane just hit it with his comfort stroke, brought the cue ball back a little bit, landed straight in on the 8 for the side. And so I believe the score is 11-10. Shane just moved his coin to the end rail. I'm gonna be the last person to discuss break philosophy, but since I'm the one talking, just trying to figure out what he's going for with his break there. I mean, he's he's obviously not cutting the one to the side pocket. You're under no obligation to do that whatsoever. It's just what we see most people work with when they're playing 9 on the spot. Looks like Kenny stepped away, so we're on just a little bit of a break here. Wait for Kenny to get back to the table. So Kenny wastes no time whatsoever and moves himself behind the 3 ball. Yeah, somebody in the chat just mentioned something that wouldn't surprise me at all. They said that he thinks they agreed to not break from the side rail. Okay, so the score is 9. And thanks for whoever's fixing it. So it's 11-9 Kenny. And if Shane's just pushing this 3 ball somewhere, I assume they're not playing 3 foul. No, Kenny called him on 2 right away. I mean, not an easy hit at all, but on hand, this is what's coming next. A solid effort from there. Yeah, I don't know if just, Kenny had that little break. I mean, Shane is the one that scratched on the break, but, just with that little pause of Kenny walking away, maybe kind of lose sight of the fact that you're on 1. You automatically put yourself on 2. You didn't have a great chance at the hit, but I still come around 2 rails and come into that little cluster there. And even if I don't get a hit, I at least make it harder to put, to get that third. Put me on 3, I guess. Yeah, or that. Same difference. Somebody else mentioned just use the 3 to break that cluster up. So same school of thought. I mean, I'm going to send the cue ball at it with maybe a chance to get my hit. Really, what I think it was is Shane just wasn't thinking that he was already on one. So Kenny opts for the safety there. He's going to come up pretty good to the 3-ball. Not quite enough tight on it to avoid the pick from the side rail here. 4-ball might have landed more in the way than the 3. Yeah, good solid hit, just not able to come away with a roll, create the distance that you'd like to see. So Kenny pretty free to just roll up to the short side of the 2. Nice look at an out from here. Saw where he pointed. I mean, he just wanted to stay short of it and roll up to the end rail, but came back out okay. I just look to see how you want to move from the 4 to the 5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll see him cut this in the side and come in rail and back down. Yeah, friendly rub on that 4-ball for sure. And Kenny just not wasting any time. All right, Kenny opens it up to a 4-game lead. The hell did he do? Kick the table? Oh, there must be like there's something there. Kenny finds a path to the 2-ball. Opts for the safety. And maybe he couldn't see the window to make it, but I would have thought he was going to go offense from there. Attempted a safety and caught the backside of the 9-ball. I have to think that Shane was playing to just above the pocket there. Ended up with the make instead. Not sure if he found cover with the 7 or not. He did not. Somebody just asked in the chat what they're playing for. I wasn't sure, but in the chat it says that there's 3,500 in the middle, so somewhere in that ballpark, I'm sure. Little flat on the 7 here. As far as the other two sets, I have no idea. I never heard, and it wasn't posted, and I know everybody's nosy and about what they're playing for, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I am as well. But if they don't post it, me, that kind of says they don't really want the information out there. Oh, like I said, I'm nosy. I like to know too. And somebody said it looks like Kenny's free rolling. Well, I mean, there's people that have seen Kenny play a lot more than I have. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know that I've ever seen him play much different than he is right now. I mean, skill wise, up and down a little bit. I mean, playing a little better, a little worse. Sure, I've seen both of those things. But I'm not sure I've ever seen him, I guess, what I would call really look overly intentful, completely tearing down. I just. Nice little safety from Shane. Puts him on the left side of the 3 to not give him kind of the direct rail to the side rail, and then you've got all that traffic there. Nice little effort there with the inside to try to swerve back to it. And from here it's all about working to the 5 and the 6 ball. Gonna mess around and get on the wrong side of this 4 ball, I think. course, there's that big gaping window you can play to. Yep, and the window was a little tighter than what I joked around with, and didn't think he got all the way there. Played a safety, left Kenny a little more than he wanted to, and Kenny found cover from a foot and a half away from the cue ball. If you can kick up to the side rail and let it go up to the end rail, I think you're pretty good doing that. You can also just kick to it with shape. That's fine. What a shot. Be a little elevated on this 6 ball, but good straight stroke on it. Just gonna stop right there. You can roll forward as well, sure. Either one. Opts to stay below the 8 ball for that. And not getting overly aggressive with a slight off angle, just roll up table and tough miss there. I mean, he left himself right where he wanted to be. Would have loved to have been a little better on the 8 and of course make the 9 easy, but where it was, by no means hard, just simple miss hit. We all do it. Yeah, it's a great shot from Kenny. 15-9. All right, looks like they're on just a little bit of a break. A great number for viewership right now. Like I mentioned, subscribe to the league groups page. Chris has it set up to where he's got 22 tables there, 5 big tables, and then 17 bar tables. They're all diamonds. Um, but he's got each one of the tables set up to stream just like what we see now. So I think he's looking to grow his digital footprint a little bit more. He's always been a very player friendly owner. Great place to set up an action match if you're interested. Several good players down there that are eager to match up. I mean, you know, Shane's there playing now. Clay Davis is constantly looking for action. He'll play out of the league room. There's this guy that people have heard of a little bit, Nathan Wallace or something like that. It's fishing season now, though, so don't count him. This would be a little more funny if I knew he was listening, but as far as the league room, though, absolutely top-notch equipment, great food, great atmosphere. So subscribe and like the page, please and thank you. All right, looks like we're back at it. Yeah, it really is. Somebody just mentioned how good it is to see action on a big table. I couldn't agree more. I think the 8 has the bank closed. Looking to move furniture around a little bit. Trying to navigate back behind the 2 ball. It was tough from there. I think, if you try to run the cue ball the other way, I think you're dead selling out. There at least, worst case, you're leaving the bank, and best case, you come up something like this, and best case, you're behind the 2 ball, but if you leave the bank, hopefully you get a chance back at it just like this. Well, Shane's going to find his way to a little bit of cover. I'm not sure he was looking for it, but he found it. Yeah, I didn't think that was on. I mean, he's trying to get down below the 5'9" there, and I mean, the player always has the better angle than we do, but it sure looked like he was trying to get a little more than what was available out of it. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. Somebody asked who I was. My name's Steve Bowers. Chuck, congratulations. He says he went there for the first time, gets third at the end of the month tournament. They always grab good field or tough fields. There's always a pretty big hill to climb to get to one of those. So congrats, Mr. Clay Davis, yesterday's champion. Clay snaps off a 60-player tournament yesterday, riddled with champions. 4,000 added too. I'm sure that came with a nice little payday. Congratulations, man. That's a fading a race to 3 and 2 all day, man. That's lots of things have to go right for anyone that wins one of those. Yeah, I promise you had a lot more fun than I did. I went to Fiddlesticks. They had a 5-4 8-ball. And well, I didn't go 2 and out, but I might as well have. Sad state of events for me yesterday. Had a good time though. I bought Zuder in the Calcutta. He split. Got to play a little one pocket. And I just really like the room, so guys in those monthlies that I've been talking about, the league room just spelled it out in the chat room a little better than I have been. So definitely take a look at that, and 100% worth the trip. Oh, he's going to get that 9 ball. And on that, Shane's going to take a little break. Kenny's living right today, man. Take full advantage of it. So somebody just comments says we need to get rid of the courtesy wave for a good roll. Just go about your business. It happens to everyone. Honestly, I couldn't agree more. I mean, and look, I've done it a couple times. It just seems to be commonplace anymore, and um, I've hung my head in shame because it's so disgusting. But at the end of the day, the same thing's going to happen to your opponent's going to get those rolls. You get those rolls. It's 9 ball. If you don't want to play 9 ball, play 10 ball. And even it doesn't matter the game. A ball's going to take that one more revolution and hook you, or it's going to take that one more revolution and get out of the way for your opponent. Just the rolls are just part of the game. They absolutely are. I can't make up my mind if I want to get rid of the wave or the snaps more. I likes to snap their fingers. But I'm not in charge of anything, so I don't get to make any decisions whatsoever. It works out pretty good. Kenny took a swing at that 8 ball. Give Shane a chance to climb into double digits and see if he can make a little run here. Just here, you want to make sure that you're not going to pocket that 3 ball as well. I mean, the only reason I say that is because you're just gonna end up there. It's just hard to hold the cue ball for the 4 if you do make both of them. So nice recovery though. Gonna come off the rail a little bit. Good shot. I think he's gonna find the drink. And pockets in play from there. Just don't expect to see it at that level that often. It's a shame too. Put a good hit on the 4. Come back for the 5 nicely. Yeah, I'm not calling that a bad roll. I mean, cue ball went right where he told him to, but it's just one of those things that you see when you're running bad. Things like that just tend to compound on each other. To be perfectly honest, we saw it with Adam quite a bit earlier. Well, Adam could have played big table particularly, but he left a couple things on the table, the bar table set towards the end as well. It just happens. And you can't take anything away from Kenny. He's played some good pool today. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Just kind of put my head down for a couple minutes. See, Kenny called no joy on the 2 ball. Shane started off playing great. Had about a 3 or 4 game lead. I went to dinner. And if you're on Team Shane's side, things kind of went to crap while I was at dinner. Now, that's a great hit and good full contact. Leaves him up table. This is just for my own curiosity. I'd love to hear from you guys. I go with that from the side rail, and I want to catch the 2 at the bottom, and that's how I'm going to create my separation. I've got a little chance of banking it into the side pocket. That's going to carry shape. So, what did you guys see with banking that at the end rail like that? Or kicking at it, I should say. Now, don't get me wrong. Aside from it landing frozen to the rail like that, making it a little more playable for Kenny, he didn't do bad with it. I was just surprised to see him go at it that way. And he come up light there. Just looking for cover behind the 9, finds it. Taulito. Had to be the most painful thing I've watched in a long, long time. On it, pretty obvious, but you can just see Shane's just all out of sorts. And I tell you, Kenny's left the door open a couple games here. You've got a big hill to climb, no question about it, but figure out a way to take advantage of a couple of these mistakes, get a couple games in, a couple more after that. Fairly clean hit there, just Doesn't have the angle to create with, but I'm trying to see, he might be able to get the cue ball back to about where it is now. He might even be able to come to the middle of the table just a little bit. Yeah. It always seems when you're running bad, you know, even when you're getting out, it just seems like it's so much work. You always line up a little straighter or a little more off angle. Or in my case, the wrong side of the ball every single time. You know. And it takes a couple of racks of getting the W's to have them actually feel like wins. I mean, now it just feels like a little bit of relief. See, now we're talking about stuff I know about. Being down in a set, I've got experience there. So I scroll Facebook a little bit in between some of the games and whatnot, and I know he was in the chat room earlier. I don't know if he's uh, still watching or listening, but anybody looking for good pool content, look up Adam Wolford on Facebook. I know he's doing some stuff on TikTok, and he'll have all the links in his bio and whatnot, but he's posting some really, really good content. He's covering fundamentals. He's covering pattern play, the break. Um, he's just breaking it down really succinctly, very professional. Just doing a great job with his content out there. So, if you're looking for a little bit of free education, and he's a pretty high level player, so great follow on Facebook, TikTok out there. Adam Wolford. All right, so Kenny comes back from the table, finds cover behind the four. This is no fun. I mean, you got to put a fair amount of spin on this to get back up to that one ball. Yeah, so Kenny, we got asked a couple times in the chat room about Kenny and Adam playing. They ended up playing two sets. They played the 10 ahead set that they got together for. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he could turn into that enough. I mean, I think he could have put a little more left on it, so he was going at it at the path that he saw. So there might have been room there. Kenny gonna make quick work of this brack right here. Yeah, I don't mind that combination at all, especially with where it sends the one ball over to the 5 and ball in hand shape to it. But back to Kenny and Adam. They played their 10 ahead set. It started off pretty tight between the two of them, a little back and forth, but Kenny pulled away pretty quickly. He ended up winning in about 3.5 hours. Excuse me. Like I said, he won in about 3.5 hours. So then they transitioned over to one of the 7-footers that they have there, and they played another set. They played a race to 11 in 10 ball, and Kenny ended up winning that 11-9. Back and forth the whole time, and just a couple mistakes from Adam late, and Kenny took full advantage of them, and Kenny got a little stronger as the set went, and was able to come away with that win as well. And it almost seemed like this match was set up probably while that match was going on, because Shane was over here hitting a couple of balls. Kenny hit a rack and a half just to get back to hitting balls on the big table, and then they flipped the coin and started this pretty much right away. So, I mean, Kenny's been at the table nonstop since about 11:30 this morning. So at least my recap's pretty on point. My commentary is about a C minus, but sometimes it's better than mute. Yeah, that's one of those shots. I mean, you make that, and you down in the set the way that you are. If you're able to come with that shot, a little pep in your step, feel a little better about yourself, and you could turn around and get back on track. But it's just really hard to bear down and come with that ball when you're not feeling it. And then, with the way everything spread, pretty obvious path for Kenny to put you into jail. Somebody, oh, that's a nice hit from there. Shame to have to sell out like that, but that was a real nice get to that ball. Somebody mentioned that Kenny's putting a 10, 12-hour shift in today. He's got travel time in too, so he's clocking big time OT. Now, as much as I mentioned that Adam is a must follow, and I truly believe that, Kenny's right there with him for every different reason there is. can almost guarantee there'll be a live video on the way home, giving a little bit of recap. But I mean, and I've said it a couple times, but he's not playing particularly sharp. It's all, his foot's off the gas a little bit. So, if you're Shane, you just got to find a way to dig down into it, take advantage of it, put a couple games together. Good solid stroke there. And through to the 9. I mean, there's a good fair amount of this set left. Find a little cover with the 8-ball. And just what I said about when Adam and Kenny played, just nice to see when they're betting, I'll call it more than $5, that everybody's agreeable, calling their own fouls, doing everything the right way. It's kind of a no BS type of set. Kenny trying to spin around there, catches the point. And again, here's a nice little opening for Shane. Very playable table. The one real transition point is probably from the 4 to the 5. Got enough room in the pocket to just play the right side of it here. And I could be wrong in what I've seen, but I didn't think he was going to do much more than roll it in and just shoot this 2 almost straight in the side. But he finds a good path there. Good save. Going to be able to come up to the side rail here with some inside. Yeah, and you just don't expect that miss. I mean, he's come from well below it. By no means a layup, but And now just work your way down to the 6. I like staying below this ball too, but made sure he was well below it. Nice job of holding for the 7 though. And I don't want to sound like those guys on TV that, you're watching a football game and NFL team's down 21 points and there's 3 minutes to go and they're talking about all the different scenarios that they can go through to win. Oh, this game's not over yet. Oh, that game's over. This one, obviously, each game that Kenny wins, it gets a little bit harder. Just can't leave those openings on the table. Clay, do me a favor. If you're still watching, I want type in hi for me. Yeah, I'd mentioned that earlier. I mean, you can visibly see that Shane's really struggling. Looks a little more defeated than you'd like to see at this point. Come off the right side of the 4 and spin down to the 7 if you want. He's coming the left side of it. Gonna come around the table. But that's, those are just things that just, when you're running bad, you get a little bit sloppy. But I keep saying it. How many balls have we watched Kenny miss? Not only the miss, but, the rub on the 5. And don't get me wrong, if this was easy, everybody could do it. If we could all play our top gear all the time, I tell people all the time when you're looking to match up, in my opinion, you shouldn't match up on, well, if I play great, I can win. How often do you play great? How often do you get up there and whatever your top gear is, how often are you playing that? Just like what we seen right there. I mean, everything was open. He goes after the 4, a little aggressive with the cue ball, comes back out and gets himself in trouble right away. Or doesn't get through it to the 4, I should say. I think at that point, I'd have been looking to stay above it. But both of these guys could give me about the 5 through, so. Nope, they've been using jump cues. It's, I mean, it's not impossible to jump that, but if I'm not mistaken, it would be a pretty long reach, and it is somewhat tight to the ball. And get some separation here. Maybe even find a little cover with the 9 ball. Not quite, but all things considered, where he was, I'll take that. Um, yeah, I think he's just gonna. Okay, I'm glad I didn't say what I was gonna say because it wasn't that. He found a way to put the air brakes on it. He's a little closer to his work than he'd like to be, but
Mark, can you get your cue out with the extension, please? The cue with the extension. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Look, I can't. He is dark and shadowy though. I think it's.
problem here, you're looking at a makeable ball, but the best case, your cue ball is going to come over and bump the 7, and that's going to be your 6 that you're looking at. So I think he did run over to the jump cue for this one. Yeah, this, I mean, if you get a good hit here and can skim off of the, you got a little bit of a chance to come up table. Yeah, great shot. Can't be mad about that at all. Yeah, that's always a possibility going into that pocket that like that, but I'd like to see a replay of where that actually made contact with. But I thought he put a pretty solid hit on that ball. And he straight into the mouth. And a little better angle. Comes around to the good side of the 8. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that pocket gets a lot smaller each game you're down. And when you're doing a little, everybody talks a little differently about how you should be playing this. And yes, I do think you should ignore the score. Just play your game. Go after each, go after each game individually, each inning, if you want to call it that, individually. But back up a few games and was it 17-10 or 17-11 or what, whatever it was, 16. All right, he got a good amount of separation here, but I just want to keep him off 20 for a while. Right? So that becomes kind of my internal finish line. Yeah, I'm going to claw back 3 games to 1, 4 games to 1. I don't expect to go and peel off 10 and tie it up right away. Not going to massively turn things around. I just want to chip away at it. So if I can chip away 3 to 1 and then chip away another 3 to 1, well, now you're in a set right away. Just win a couple of races to 3. And maybe that's the wrong way to look at it. They tell you all the time, don't play the score. But if I'm stuck in a set like that, that's my mentality. And I'd love to say I've never been stuck in a set like this, but I have been. But I can also say that I've been able to climb a couple of those hills and come away with wins after being stuck like that. Yeah, I can't say I see a comeback coming either. But I'll tell you, 3, 4, 5 games ago, there was ample opportunity. And even still, I guarantee you ask Kenny about this set, and you shoot him up full of truth serum first, right? Because you never know. But he really can say he beat the hell out of the rails in some of this set because he played much better earlier. But he's been able to close out racks. He's been able to tell in key moments. Shane's got another opportunity to get out here. He's just got to hold shape for this 4-ball. That's a good hit from there. I mean, I think it takes a lot of discipline to go after it that way. Still very confident in your stroke and how you're going to hit the cue ball. A lot of players would have either went above the 9-6 on the right side, or they would have tried to force through it a little bit. Shane put a good hit on the ball, and I'm not going to put Shane's odds at 0 from this point. I mean, we're here for a little bit of entertainment. I'm not going to say that there's good odds for Shane to come back in this set. I think, and I wish I could remember the score because it was really quick. It was really shortly after I got back from dinner. I know Kenny had built up a little bit of a lead at that point, and Shane was coming through and running out, and he missed a 9-ball. Yeah, it was an open table 9-ball. I mean, he just missed it. Now he was down at that point already, and obviously things weren't going his way. But man, there's always those moments in the set where you look back on and certain things hinged on one thing or another, and for me that was it. You just haven't really seen him. He wasn't in a great spot before that, and it got considerably worse afterwards. I don't find the cue ball there. That's unfortunate. And just look how open the table is. I mean, that's one of Shane's better breaks so far. I mean, he wasn't going to get any good joy on the 1-ball, but you're at least not completely rolling everything over to your opponent with ball in hand. I mean, yeah, Kenny playing the ghost with nothing touching a rail and nothing touching each other and 2 balls in the pocket. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, somebody just commented when there's a bunch going your way, it's hard to win matches, and he's had a lot of unfortunate rolls. He has, absolutely. I think some of them he's created, some of them have been handed to him. I think that's one of them right there. I mean, when you talk to people that play this game at a high level, when you come across and scratch into the pocket the first time, like, so he's breaking from our right side. So when you scratch in the left side pocket, that's usually um, player error. But when you come across and you scratch into that other pocket, that's a little more unfortunate. It's still slightly controllable, but it's a little more unfortunate. I'd say I'm completely confused on why he'd be playing safe here. I'd almost ask him if he wronged him in another life. I mean, I know with ball in hand you're putting him on 2, but with it this open, okay, he might swing and miss at it once. I wouldn't expect him to do it twice, and then you're just going to be in the same spot. Like I said, nothing touching a rail, nothing touching each other. Transition to the 2-ball. 2 off the end rail, you come back to the middle of the table. I mean, the only reason to not want to run out is you absolutely hate the 5-7 combination, but the 7, I think you can almost hit the 7 on the left side. It's going to cheat into the pocket. The cue ball's going to, or the 5-ball's going to stay right by the pocket. Look, I'm never going to miss one of these shots from my chair. Like, I play good from my chair. Okay. That makes more sense. Now that's a nice little shot there. Even just bumping it more into the pocket. I mean, I've probably screwed up a call or 2 from my chair, but I've never missed a shot. think we're going to see Kenny swing up into that top left pocket. No, I'm wrong. He's banking it. Or he can play it. Yeah, my mistake. See, I missed a call, but I didn't miss the shot. All right, I just got a helpful little message, and Kenny has to push out from the break, so he had no choice. And I had mentioned that earlier when they started playing, but wasn't quite following what they had to do. So, admittedly, I was a little confused. But I digress. No dick moves from either of them, apparently. Bitter pool, or bitter pill to swallow in pool, though, when you're playing a set and you just can't put it together. Just like I said, not even. It's one thing to not be playing great. Solid performance up there. Play a B plus, A minus game, lose, fine. Hats off. But when you're playing at a subpar level and you're getting the opportunities, pardon me, and you just can't find a way to capitalize and put things together. I mean, it's painful. A nice little shot there. Get the cover he would have liked to have had, but no sellout, good separation. Gonna see Kenny come up into that cluster there. He come a little short of that. He's gonna end up it's a hanger. For a second, I thought he was gonna end up safe on the 2-ball. Shane trying to find the 2-rail path up to the corner pocket. Ends it. Now we'll see if he's still in the swinging mood, or if he's going to lag the 2-ball down table for the safety. When I said two ball, I meant cue ball. But nice shot. Real good ball there. Yeah, so Shane taking a look to see if there's any possibility of squeaking that 9 in. It does look like there is, but I don't think there's not a risk reward there for me. Not enough of one anyway. The 2 ball's almost wired to that corner pocket as well, but that pesky 6 gets in the way. No, I give him credit for the fact that, put pace on it and not leaving something for Kenny to dump it in immediately after the fact. It was just such an off angle combo, and with the 8 there on top of it. But in that same breath, I mean, you're down pretty huge. You got to make something happen. Hey, better. Shane taking a look to see if the 3's playable now. Hell, I almost like playing this combination more than I'd like playing the 2-9. That is the one thing about it. I mean, you commit to the 3 ball and then you get a little off angle with your cue ball. Combination can come into play real quick. Yeah, that 2 ball was not without challenge. Also, that bottom left pocket, it hasn't been hungry at all today. Chewing everything up and spitting it all out. I think we see Kenny go with this 9 ball from here. Sure. Build in safety. He's gonna find cover there. Got a chance to spin it in though. Yeah, so Shane takes advantage of that mistake, and Kenny says that's good. You know, kicking at that 5 like Kenny did, I think there's two ways to go with that. And he went at it, I think, more with hey, if I catch the bottom of it, eyeball's going to go up table, cue ball's going to come down table, create that separation. But if he hits it square, I don't think he's going to scratch hitting it square at that pace. But you know, it's sitting right in front of the hole, and the cue ball can run at the same path as the object ball does there. So the other way to do it, you know, you just baby it and you just completely sell out trying to make it, but a lot more control over your hit. I think your odds of a miss are better. I won't pretend to know the better way or the right way there, but a couple options. Shane's a 723 Fargo, and I think Kenny's a 714. Even here, and I mean, I do think, let's say Shane turns a corner and tightens up and starts playing good. I think you're going to see a similar response from Kenny, but you just got to find a way through those types of outs. And he's got a pretty solid chance here. I don't think he can run in between. He can look at trying to kick this in from up there, but you can also kick from the bottom rail, drive that 2 into the side rail, and send it up table. I think the only thing a make comes with here is your jump stick. By that, I mean getting it out for the 3 ball. But hey, prove me wrong. You leave enough for the 2 past the 8? If so, this is a shot we've seen Kenny making all day. Oh, just play it off the 8. Yeah, tomato, tomato. He's even got the angle to run right into the 5. Not sure. The 4 doesn't play in the bottom left, so you're just going to run the cue ball down table. Or a side pocket, sure. Yeah, but if you're, somebody said he 1-stroked it, but if your normal stroke is 1.5 strokes and you just 1-stroke something, is that really that much of a difference? Nice little wrap around the 9. That leads us to 22. Kenny 7-17, thank you. I'd been saying 7-14. That was off of a comment earlier, but it was by memory, so I wasn't even sure I was right. I just knew I was close. So 7-23 for Shane and 7-17 for Kenny from a Fargo standpoint. Fargo will tell you that's way more than a coin flip. You just have to decide how much stock you put in Fargo and then figure out who's going to play good that day. Excuse me. Nice little wrap around the table with the one ball. Kenny can't find his way to the one ball, so Shane's got a open look at the table with ball in hand. So, guys, if you haven't been here before, two things. Make sure you make a physical trip to the league room. It's absolutely a room worth checking out. Everything you need from accessories, tables, cues, cases, clothes, but it's a hell of a great place to play. But then on top of that, take a look at the homepage on YouTube, subscribe to that, hit that little bell for notifications. Chris has every table in the room set up to stream just like this, and several good areas to have any type of match that you're looking for. If there's something you're looking to do matchup wise, maybe you're looking for a neutral location. It's hard to find one more player friendly. And while I'm babbling away, Shane takes advantage of ball in hand, runs out, puts himself on 14. Yeah, you're talking about robustness in the chat room. I think you can do it in far less than 2,000 games. But the tournaments and leagues that say you're established after 100 or 200 games, and I understand there has to be a line, and I understand why it's the 200, but your Fargo fluctuates so much at 200 games still. I'd say 500 on the low end, it starts to get pretty accurate, and I think you can truly get away with judging it pretty well at 1,000. But I also think it's pretty worthless until you start to get to around the Adams at a 680. 650 sort of gets a little accurate, but not near as much. 700. Things get pretty accurate once you start seeing players at that level. And somebody mentioned they think that Fargo only uses your last 600 games. I'm by no means a Fargo expert. I don't think it's your last 600 games. I think there's a time frame that they stop. It's like you look at there's some super high level players from Ohio that aren't even listed in the top 100 anymore because they don't play pool anymore. So their games have fallen off the list and they're not scored through that system anymore. Boy, Kenny tries to I'm gonna say tries a little kick and stick, and it slides right up onto that 6-ball for him. Eric, I already told you. Chili had the best comment. So there's a guy in the chat room, Derek, and his Fargo. I believe, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he was over 700 just slightly. So he dipped down to around a 690. So one of the guys we knows says, get your entry into the bar box tournament right now. You're established. Get it in. Get lined up for November. Yeah, so was a 705. Now he's down to a 696. First world problems, buddy. And I know you didn't get to where you wanted to be, but congratulations on another nice run at the Expo. He working his way through this table pretty quick. Had kind of a 50-50 ball there. I mean, he could drift down below it like he did, or he could have went with inside and went above it. The way he played it, you'd take any chance of being hooked out of play. We're just not going to talk about the fact that he snuck that 9-ball in. Or I think I said 8-ball, but yeah. Or I said 9-ball, but I meant 8-ball. Finds his way to 23. All right, I had to step away for a quick minute, but that escalated quickly. Am I assuming that... Okay, thanks. That makes a lot more sense. In that case, I stepped away at the perfect time and I knew they were on a break. Hey, Derek, if you're still watching, you want to come over to Indiana, there's a 1350 and under doubles tournament you and I could play in. Guys, sorry I haven't mentioned. I've been talking all day. I've been a little bit bad about announcing my name, talking about the league room as much as I can. But my name's Steve Bowers. For anybody, there's a couple people that have asked. I live up in northern Ohio. If you're not familiar with me at all. All right, back in action. Race to 25. Russian Kenny's on 23. Shane Albaugh sits at 14. I live in Fremont now. In Bellevue for quite a long time. Lived in Bowling Green for a little while. Right in between Toledo and Cleveland. Damn, that's one hell of a school trip. How old is your son? Okay, at least it's your senior trip. And what happened to DC or Florida? That's awesome, though. And obviously I'm kidding. If you could put that together for him, I mean, you know how it works with as we grow up and kids, and how hard it is to try to get away for those types of things. Experience as much as you can while you're young. Not only that, it'll be supervised. So I would definitely get my entry into Wade, so you can get your money that way. So keep that Fargo down there, man. That's a pretty good shot there. Right. Go to the zoo or a lake or SeaWorld. Absolutely. I grew up in a really small town, in the district next to us. They had a optional trip they went to the Bahamas every year. So that was what their senior trip was, which was really cool. I mean, the kids absolutely loved it, and they come back ridiculously tan. The girls would come back with dreadlocks braided and everything, and so it was pretty cool. Um, with some of the things that have happened to kids down there over the years, I don't know if they still do it, but pretty sporty trip. Yeah, I've been to Streetsboro before. I work I'm a photographer full time and work in schools, so work in schools all over northern Ohio. A little love there. What we did, our seniors took kindergartners to the zoo, which was always pretty cool. We'll see if Shane can put together a couple games here before Kenny gets on the hill. See, I knew that could potentially come with a jinx. Yeah, that 8 ball was no gimme by any means. Just another one of those shots you want to come with that shot to try to get you a little bit more in stroke. And it's amazing how that shot goes down when you're feeling good, and it looks like you're trying to fit a pool ball into a shot glass when you're not. All right, let's see how Kenny handles this hill game. He goes after the side pocket aggressively with cue ball. Sorry, it's been a little bit of a long day for me too. I think we just saw this shot. He's going to get the side. Ooh. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. I've been to bank shots a few times, but I haven't got to breakaway yet. Last couple of times I went to bank shots, I left with considerably less than what I walked in there with. There's one of those shots we talked about. Shane come with a real nice 1 ball there. Lands on the good side of the 2. Work his way back across the table for the 3. Wanted to work his way back to the 3 a little more aggressively than what he did. Got a chance to play a nice safety here, though. I think you can cross the 3 and get enough on it. He's not going that direction, though. Oh, yes, he is. Sure. Yeah, cross the 3 and come right behind the 6-8. So Nothing wrong with that. Good cue ball. Boy, Kenny really spun after that ball. Here, I mean, it looks simple enough, but that point comes up so high. You've got to come above it a little bit and spin back to it. That's unfortunate there. That's not a bad hit at all. All right, so can he put it away here or not? See if he tracks down to the 9 ball. Yep, right into it. Just a little off angle on the 6. I mean, I think he's gonna have to dig into it. He might try to throw it down to the side, to the end rail. Well, that's a nice shot. I mean, and in all seriousness, that both ways I listed, never once did I look at spinning around that 9 ball like that, and that's just ability, confidence, and control right there. So, very nice shot to close things out on. All right, boys and girls, that does it. Once again, congratulations to Russian Kenny. He might actually be done. His cue came apart before he got around the table. Shane Albaugh, it's always good to see you play. I know not your best outing, but hats off for you getting out of there. And most importantly, thanks to Christopher Wilson and the league room for putting everything together. Guys, I appreciate it. And you guys have a great weekend. Thanks for hanging in there with me. I enjoyed it, made my life much easier. I hope everybody has a good night.